All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's episode of Deep End Dev. I'm your host, Matt, and I don't know what I'm doing, neither do you, so let's do it together, as always. So, something I wanted to think about today that I was pondering on before starting the stream is the idea of a network interface. we're already doing that with this menu interface with our game instance. So, things such as, actually all of these, let's see, host and join our menu interfaces. So if we look at it, we've got these functions here that we're overriding. And I'm wondering if we want to expand our usage of interfaces so that we have a network one. Let's see, I'm going to switch this back to jazz. I was trying to change it up a little today, but just a little too high strung, you know? Let's go back to our jazz. All right. So this has to do with the menu. I was thinking we could have a network interface where we make calls. So rather than having things like our player state and our game state and the UI needing things over the network and trying to call them directly, rather than that, we could call the network interface, and something like, for example, our game player controller, or even better, our player state could implement this interface so that we don't get these, we don't have to go and search for a potentially null pointer and have a dependency on it. Like with our game instance. We're just calling host somewhere. We're like in our menus. So like our main menu. And we look at the here. We have a menu interface which is where are we setting that? Oh, it's in the parent class. All right, let's think about this. Yeah, we have a menu. We have a pointer here to a menu interface in our parent class. And this menu interface then handles the calling. So anything that implements the menu interface will then execute the host function, right? Or, no, that's not it. This doesn't have to know about well, we do know about the game instance for other, let's see, for things such as, where are we calling the game instance so that we know? I'm curious. If I comment that out, I think we don't even need that. So yeah, that, let me go ahead and build this. So, you know, we didn't need that game instance there because we're just passing, when we create the menu, we're passing, we're setting it up with it. So can we use this concept for a network interface? I'm not sure. But that's what today's going to be about. We're still working on our flow from starting the game, the main menu, joining, gathering all of the required classes that we're waiting for, and then initiating gameplay. So we have to collect everything together in a logical order. So that built. So yeah, we didn't need that game instance in the main menu. And that was defeating the entire purpose of why we had implemented that interface, so that we don't have to have a dependency. This breaks potential circular dependencies or reliances on things. So we could give things such as the I think we just have to be able to let's see, I'm gonna move this guy up to here. I think everything's working so far. Let's circle back to the concept of interfacing later when we start refactoring some of these ideas. I think at the moment we're okay. Things like this, we could potentially create an interface that, like a to access information and not have to rely on includes of player states and stuff, or player controllers. But what we were working on last time that we didn't finish was the in-game player list and player row, so that in the game we can pull up a menu and see everybody who's playing and make our changes based on that. So, in-game UI, which shows the list of players and offers options to the host for those players. Yeah, I think we'll give the host the ability. I think that would make more sense, right? I mean, we're looking at game master permissions. Nah, we'll leave it at the game master permissions for that. UI row that displays a player's name and information to be used and available options. Okay, so we need to populate this. Right now, I think we have, if we hit P in our game player controller, we added in our setup input component this right here, which pulls up the in-game player list. This seems like another menu interface. Load main menu. I don't know, but we do have this refresh in-game player list that we are able to call. So this being these all open out of order, and I don't like it. There's probably a way to change the defaults of how they open, but I don't know it at the moment. This is a menu widget, so this does have the menu interface when it is set up. Our game instance, let's open that back up, does implement the, I'm going to move create session to here again, and this is actually menu interface implementation. What is this? This is just just functions for now. I don't even know if that needs to be public. Okay, so we have this refresh in-game player list. Let's clean that out. This receives an array of player info. We make sure we have a player list. And then this is where we call set player list on it. So set player list where we pass it in here. We haven't done anything with this yet. So like our main menu, we have this set server list. And this is very similar. Let's just go ahead and copy that for the moment. Put it in here. I think we have a player list. We're going to clear the children. Can we? The player list is a panel widget. Oh, I think we need to include, panel widget to do that. Next, the server names comes from there. This is going to be instead our player info, and this will be FBG player info. This is player info. This is going to be a UBG in-game player row, which we'll need to include. This will be called player row. That, and then this is the in-game player row class, which, just player row class. Then we check to make sure we have the player row. We set player info with this player info. The player row we call setup on, pass this as the parent. We made that setup for this specific thing, and as well as an index. And then our player list, we're adding the child of the player row. So there we go. That should populate that. When are we calling this refresh in-game player list? I think when we open it. Show in-game player list menu. We're creating it if we don't already have it. Otherwise, load in-game player list widget. This might seem like, I think this is where we should do it. Refresh in-game player list. We need the player info. We need to get world. So auto world is equal to get world. if ensure world return. Otherwise, we want to go do an auto player info array is equal to world get game. Where are we storing the player info? Did we establish this yet, or did we decide that we were going to move this? Our gameplay game mode base doesn't have it. Nor does the game state. So what did we do? Let's go up to the parent. Parent got gutted. So we need to back up a little. We can't. We now have the ability to refresh and set the player list information here. So this is ready to go. However, we need to handle the where that information is stored when somebody joins. Let's take a look at the player state. A player state stores the player's info. We want C++ player state copy properties. So we've got this seamless travel. This is the new player state coming in, seamless travel to dispatch copy properties, and it's sending the new player state into here. So copy, this is the new one coming in. Okay, so copy properties is the new player state, is in the okay. So I want to do an override on this. So the one coming in is the new one. So and we want to do a super. If we've got that player state, the players actually if we do an auto BG player state is equal to cast player state ABG, the player state coming in, and if we have the BG player state, then player info, or this BG player state, set player info to our player info. Probably not const, because we're changing it. Okay, that's just saying it doesn't like that name. Cast player state. There, it'll be happier. Okay, so we've got, this will take the new player state and set it to our current one, so this should work for seamless travel. What about override? Let's check. Let's see. When is override? This is on reconnecting. So we probably also want to do that. So copy is the new player state coming in. Override is the old player state coming in. So we also want to do that. So receives new player state during seamless travel. And do an override with receives old player state during a reconnect. And this time, so this is the old player state. We now want to set our player info is equal to cast player state get player info. And here we can definitely const that. Okay, so that'll reconnect and get that information back. This is on only on seamless travel, right? So there are three ways in which a non-seamless travel must occur. When loading a map for a first time, when connecting to a server for the first time as a client, and when you want to end a multiplayer game and start a new one. So this that was the purpose of the lobby, was for that. However, we no longer have the lobby, right? So okay. So we are not doing a seamless travel from the main menu to the game mode, to the map. And when people join in, that is not seamless travel. So during seamless travel, if we still maintained the lobby, I guess this is an argument of why we should keep the lobby. The game mode actor server only persists, so game mode, and any actors further added to get seamless travel actor list. That's interesting. All controllers that have a valid player state will persist. All player controllers on the server will persist. And all player controllers, server, and client will persist, as well as any actors further added to player controllers get seamless travel actor list called on local player controllers. The seamless travel flow is mark actors that will persist to the transition level, such as below, then travel to the transition level, mark actors that will persist to the final level, and then travel to the final level. Crazy stuff. Okay. Trying to think, if we have a lobby game mode that we load up, but we're switching game modes when we get to the game. Can always try. I mean, it's a simple change up there. So we're going to go to the lobby again. To follow that convention, more like the C++, get rid of those hyphens. Alright, you are based on the BG Lobby Game Mode, BG Lobby Game State, and BG Lobby Player Controller. Save all. Fix up the redirectories. Okay. Go ahead and close all this and save. And boot it back up. I got a cat banging on the window wanting in. I'll be right back. Alright. That menu thing has to be at the top. I forgot because it is the menu implementation. Needs that first. Okay, if we load this up, seamless travel is enabled. We use the BP lobby and the BP lobby player controller. We'll do the BP player state. Okay. So let's take a look in here and let's try and recreate some of the flow that we had previously, but think about decoupling stuff. All right, so we're going to disable these because we're doing this in C++ now. Okay. We'll get back to loading and saving at some point. Just trying to find where we want to start our entry. We have this on-post login, but we wait for server info, which was getting set here for initializing our server info. Do we want to do that? Why do we need this on the game mode? It could be on the game. It's fine on the game instance, you know? Right? So Yeah, here's our server data. Alright, when somebody logs in, we're going to tell them to set up their UI. So if that succeeded, all right, let's go ahead and just bring these back. Blueprint callable category equals instance y void load lobby widget. I wonder if we can combine these, that it's all just one player list that it's accessing. Why don't we do this? Yeah. Of FBG player info. Maybe store it in the game instance. Yeah, okay, we're gonna store stuff that we want persistent, so in the game instance, because the game mode's gonna change. So our server data and our connected player info is gonna stay the same. Well, actually our server data, I don't know if we want that there, but we'll return to that. So load lobby widget. Down here we're going to need add back our T subclass of user widget lobby class. here, we have our UBG lobby, menu, lobby. We already have that forward declared still. Let's toss this over here. Lobby class. Call this lobby menu class. Weird. Otherwise, if lobby is equal to create widget UBG lobby menu. This is the owning object. Lobby menu class is what we're making it off of. Did we make it correctly? If not, get out of there. And then lobby setup. And lobby set menu interface. This. Okay, so there's that. We want to get UI getters. There's the HUD. We'll do it before it. UBG lobby menu get lobby. These up so I can see them at the top. There's a constructor I want all the way at the top. So I think we should have a function of, under UI, of, actually this is under network still. This is our void setup UI call. And this will receive FBG server data, the in server data. This runs on the client because UI stuff is only on the client, right? So, this is where the lobby game mode is going to have our BG lobby game mode base config. This is our FBG server data. Which I guess, yeah, we're gonna have a setter and a getter for it. This is the server data. This will return FBG server data, get server data, const return server data. And then we void set server data, receiving an FBG server data, const reference in server data equals in server data. So that server data is set when we're joining. But also when we are making a hosting, we're setting the server data.name right here. Actually, we're not doing that. Where is it when we create a session? Where are we making the... I guess... when we are finding sessions, the host username right here, owning username. So this is where we're seeing that when we're making the menu, but when we're hosting, we're not actually doing that. So where's our host? Well, we haven't created that yet, so Not sure yet. All right. So we need that server data. We have our connected players info here, which persistent data, get server data, void set server data, server data, cross reference in server data, is equal to in server data, there we go, and then the FBG or T array of FBG player info, get player info array, const return player connected player info, get connected player info array. And set connected players info array, T array, actually add to connected players info array. And a void remove from connected players info array. Okay. So we're gonna go auto game instance equals game instance, if game instance load lobby widget. Then auto lobby is equal to load to game instance get lobby, if lobby actually the lobby is going to handle that itself, so this is just load lobby widget player controller does that. Okay. going to clear that out for now. We're not going to do that. I think we're going to get rid of the lobby game state as well. Clear that. We're going to clear that. Clear that. Clear that. Clear that. Try and remove reliances on stuff. Okay, so that, and then, so when that logs in, and cast it and cast new player, setup UI. And it gets the server data. When we join, we're getting server data and setting our server data when we join. So this is already on our game instance on the client from our joined session. So we don't actually need to, we can get rid of these at the moment. We don't need to do that or that. We're going to be able to access that information. It's already there. So, we load a lobby widget. I think the game mode on the server we're not going to worry about that there because this lobby isn't persistent. This is just clear that out. We're not going to do that. I don't want to rely on that. Or a player state. Or the menu. We're getting rid of that and that and that. All the game mode of the lobby is doing is telling each player as they connect to set up their UI. But honestly, why do we have it there too? We'll stop that. Make sure we have our super tick. Begin play, setup UI. We'll do that. Whoops. Right, remove requires some sort of comparison. We had this issue before. If we have an array of our player info, how do we remove? Because remove requires a comparison. Well, what we could do... First of all, we're going to get rid of that in the player info. Why are we even doing that? Honestly, this seems like we're just making things a little bit more complicated. Let's forget about that. Let's get rid of that connected player crap. Why are we doing that? Let's try and not have any of that at all. Our lobby menu is not going to use that whatsoever. This player list it's only going to be used here as a UI kind of thing. So it's going to be created, such as the server row, when we need it. So, and we're clearing it each time. So our set player list wants that, but that's it. We're not going to have this stored, saved, or anything like that. So, let's close that, close that. View function, blueprint callable, category equals BG game instance. Functions. This is our virtual void refresh lobby player list. I think. Oh, we got rid of it. Let's make this refresh player lists. This is going to be refresh player lists. if in-game player list that, and then if lobby there. So that does both. Now we just need to call this refresh player lists function. And we can put ready back. Move that up. So the name. And let's make a constructor. Explicit. Whoops. And these are set to false by default when we just are setting the name. Color's empty by default. There's our default constructor. That should be cleaner. Okay. When a lobby menu initializes, not initialize, we want to trigger for, actually, so the game state what's this do? Received game mode class. So we have a callback here. Let's see this player array. Interesting. Okay, so when this maybe we can use this. So as soon as game mode's been received, this gets called on all the clients. For So I'm trying to think if there's like a way for us to collect this information and then without I don't want things to have to rely on one another. So maybe we do need to collect this information, and then we just need to... The problem is, how do we know... How do we remove it, you know? Well... There needs to be some form of, unique identifier in here, so... What does a player state have that we could... Player ID. How about that? We're gonna do that. player ID. Okay, which is an int. So we're going to do put that back, and our connected player info dot add in player info, and then we need to override here. Solves that. Okay, and we need to do override an operator. Overload, I mean. There we go. You do FBG player info, or the name of your class, then you go operator equals equals, and then we say FBG player info const reference left, and FBG player info const reference right. And we return left dot player ID equals right player ID. Right? What did I do wrong? Whoops, right. No, it returns a bool, because we're an equivalency operator. We're a Boolean operator that we're overloading. So there we go. So that'll compare the player IDs. And so when we do our remove here, void remove player info from array, we pass in player info const reference in player info, and we do connect to players info dot remove in player info. It will use that equivalency operator in order to determine the removal. Okay, so our begin play, we don't want to do this in the player state. We actually want to do that. I don't think we need a set player info thing anymore on our player state, because we're handling that ourselves. Never mind. We actually did need that because we're using it. Okay. We're using that? Yes, we are. Make sure B replicates is true. Put those in order. Okay. So we are collecting this here. So let's go ahead and close everything, go back to our lobby game mode, post login, player state on the begin play. Okay, so actually, we don't want to put player info. There's a problem with the having it on the game instance. The game instance is just unique per person on their executable. It doesn't know anything about the network stuff, right? So this is never going to collect information. That's why we had it on the game mode, because this is on the server. So we're gonna do that. We have to have it on the lobby game mode so that we can fill it up. So we want to make an void update player info in array. This one actually is going to have to for auto, or actually what does find return? Yeah, we want to find the player info int index pass in the index if then connected players info the index. Whoop. Otherwise, add it. And in fact, the add player in photo array, we're going to move down to a protected variable, or a protected function, because we should just call this one, and it'll call the add if we don't find it. So we just want to update. So this is blueprint callable category is ABG game mode base. Functions. Okay. We don't need the game state or the game instance, as far as I can tell. So that cleans that out. This is game mode for BattleGrids lobby. Do we need to replicate things in the player state? Gotcha, no, okay. So I think just because this, let's see, I'll get the network compendium back. Okay, game mode's server only, so nothing needs to replicate on a game mode. However, server and client, all clients, game state, player state, and pawns. And the server and only the owning client is the player controller. And the owning client only has HUD and widgets. So on our player state, yes, this does need to be replicated, as all clients will know if this gets updated on the server. So this actually should be a server call. or rather, server reliable, categories. We don't need a category because this is not going to be blueprint exposed. This is our void server set player info, FBG player info, const reference in player info. So our set, move this to here. This is if get net mode is equal to enm e net mode. What are we? Net nm client. We don't need that. So if we're the client, go ahead and set that. Otherwise, we need to do the server set and pass that player info up to the server, where we will set our player info is equal to in player info. Update player info on the server so that it replicates to clients. And we can make this you need to go through these functions. So if function of it's blueprint callable, category is BG player state functions. Okay, so that should work. That's better. Now when update player info in array is called, we should, this is on the server only. In the game mode, we need to make a update all players lobby interfaces. Update lobby update lobby UI, I think. And this is U function. I think this will be net multicast reliable. Blueprint callables, fine. Actually, no. So what this will do, this will run on every client where we will auto game instance is equal to get game instance of UBG game instance. If game instance refresh player lists from our connected players info array. Okay, kind of getting an idea of how to make this cleaner and what the flow should be. I'm hearing another cat knocking, so I'm gonna go let them in. Oop. Too many parameters. In the function declaration. Let me look into that. That doesn't. Maybe it was in the wrong order. Too many parameters. How? There are 2 parameters right here. Operator has too many parameters. Ah. The left is the current instance. I see. Actually, no, this is for outside of a function declaration. So we're inside of the class, so only the right is coming in. And we're checking. We're doing that. So when you overload an operator within the class itself, the left is the instance itself, so you don't need to pass in the left. You're only passing in the right hand in. So there we go. All right. Well, that worked. Whoop. Come back. Yes, we probably have some errors. We're doing a lot of stuff. All right. That's not immediately accessible anymore. Set the player info. Get player info. It's a read-only property and cannot be modified directly. There we go. I think I forgot to set some stuff. So let's launch that again. I'm gonna get something to drink and I'll be right back. All right, let's get back to it and keep on carrying on with our refactoring, rebuilding, and fixing. So here we need to make sure we have our lobby menu set up right there. Let's go back to our lobby menu and take a look. In here we have issues. Such as this is no longer getting this from the player controller. The player account comes from get game instance, cast to BG game instance. Actually, no. Yeah, on a client we can't get that. So we need to actually get the player list. Get the children. There, that's simple. What do we have in the player list? In the panel. Same thing here. The server data is not from the game state, but get the player controller. So we're on the client side. We can't get to the game mode for that information. However, we got that on the game state, our game instance, when we join the game. Cast to BG game instance. Get the server data. Do we not have that? Whoops. And because this is how, let's see, this cannot be a U property, but and that, so that stuff cannot be a U property. However, this can for so that we can expose it. So save. We'll do that. Alright, load that back up. Go back over there to our server name. Get the server data, there it is. And that's how we'll get that. If it's failed, we did not cast to a game instance. Double check here. We don't need to cast in there. Alright, we should be good. Okay. Save all. Our lobby player controller has issues. Aha. Because we changed all of this player info so that it's safer. Let's take a look, actually, if there's a reason that we're doing that. There is, because we want to go through the server side one. Okay. Let's just disconnect a lot of this stuff. And we'll revisit all of that so that okay. There we go. All right, we're able to load that up and close. All right, so when we load it up, I don't think we ever called the... That's the game state. Yeah, we never called actually refreshing. So, setting the player info. So we have this update lobby UI, net multicast. See if that gets called. It gets called on everyone but the host, right? So if we test this on the PowerShell, let's see what happens. doesn't need to be so big. I don't know what happened. Try that again. Alright, so we're still able to join. That's good. There's the server. I don't really know where that's coming from. Logged out. No, not this one. Who took my tooth? Is what that's called. Yeah, here's some smooth jazz. We'll play that. I want to make a print so that we know this is happening. So when we call this refresh player lists, we see that get called. Okay, didn't get called here. Because an onrep notify, I think, is only on the clients, or connected. I'm not sure how. I'm gonna look at that a little bit more, so test. Okay, so that never got called. Why is that? This I'm going to move down to here. Oh, wait, hold on. Are we ever... I don't think we're ever actually calling our update player info in array. So this now, we need to send it in. So when this player state is called, so either with properties I'm going to try a replicated using onRep player info. Skip week 3 kings. Alright, so U function, this is the onRep player info. So this would fire when the player info gets changed on all clients. The client would game mode is only on the server, so we're gonna need to send player info to game mode. Auto game mode. There we go. Don't need the game state. Okay. This is going to be taking what's on the server, and hopefully this is why we're using set player info, so that this changes on the client immediately, but we're also sending it up to the server. And then, so client side, everybody will send player info and update, and that should trigger a whole slew of events. So let's try that. We might want to move this functionality up to the parent so that this still works in the game. And this is just kind of a general game mode thing, so we don't have to cast to the lobby game mode. I just want to see in the output log here, if I test this and I host, don't see that. This may once again be an issue of the PIE. No owning connection for player state. So send player info to game mode will not be processed. Okay. Owning connection. So okay. Yeah, player state can't get to the game mode, I guess. Because that's server only. So this might be where a player controller might be necessary. We may, well. Okay, so this replicated using onRep player info. Let's do a log here. I want to follow where this is going. This may be a job for the player controller. Excuse me. Yeah, okay, onRep player info gets called. However, there's no owning connection for player state. So the player state cannot call a server function. Okay. That's good to know. So this right here is not getting called because there's no owning connection between. That's something I would like to ask. I haven't really gotten replied to lately in the Unreal, but... yeah. Maybe I don't know if I need to ask this. So, looking at this... Yeah, I don't think... It's about player state and its ownership. Am I correct in understanding I cannot make server RPC function calls? Apparently I can, so why can't I? Okay, I'm getting a... I might misunderstand some stuff. AZ positive. I'm trying to get my understanding of player state and replication kind of smoothed out from the Unreal Discord. Trying to get this player info from the client up to the server. Okay. Okay, well, let's try some stuff here. So on begin play, if get owner, then call set player info. Okay. I got my answers back. So I think we can smooth this out. Okay, bring it back. So, this is for seamless travel. Copy, this is the new player state. We're setting the player info. This server set player info right here is where we do this. We don't want to do this, and we don't want our on rep. So get rid of that. It's replicated. There will be no on rep using, and we're not going to do that either. So where we, let's see, our player info, yeah, get rid of that. Alright, let's run that. This is getting a little messy. We should probably establish the where name and stuff get set up. Whoops, apparently I've got something open. That open. And we crashed. Why did we crash? I'm gonna comment these out. So we're not using that at the moment. Huh. The game mode is null. Why was the game mode null? If we're gonna go auto const game lobby game mode is equal to that. If lobby game mode Hey! Well, I'll be damned. I'll be darned. What? Cool. I think things are starting to come together. Refreshing player lists. Look at that. We got one right there. Alright, let's see what happens as we bring some more in. Test and 1 worked, too. Okay. This is only working here. This didn't work at all over here. Okay. Now, why is that? Refresh player lists was not called, so let's take a look. This net multicast. Game mode cannot call a net multicast, that's right. Okay. A net multicast is meant to run on all instances of this actor. Aha. Gotcha. There's only one game mode. It's on the server. This is only gonna run. There's nothing else for this to run on. Okay. So, we need to not... Alright, we gotta rethink this. Alright. This is, like, super irritating, but it's starting to come together the more that I bang my head against this wall. Okay. Update lobby UI. So we're getting this information on the server. We now need everybody connected to update their UI. So maybe this is why. Alright, so on the login, we're also gonna have a T array of ABG, or just a player controller, pointers called connected player controllers. This is a U property. Edit anywhere, blueprint, read write. Category BG lobby game mode base connected config. And actually alright, we're gonna move this up into the game mode base. And we're gonna have on or post login override super post login and connected player controllers dot add unique new player. All right. Just do that. Okay, so that's up in the game mode. In fact, we're going to do that for this as well. And this will move there too. That'll move down here. We're gonna get rid of that. We need to move the, that's gone. We need to move this to here. Get rid of that. Move that below that. What else? That's that. All right. Okay. There's the parent. The parent handles this login. What else? We're not even doing anything with that, and we're not even doing anything with that. So we can just take those out of the lobby. Post login, we need the log out. Come on. There we go. We need to do auto player controller, cast player controller equals cast to a player controller, the exiting, if cast player controller connected player controllers dot remove cast player controller. And then also remove player info from array, cast player need to do Okay. That. Just have this in here for okay, and let's do an update UI, and this is under UI. So this runs on the client, and the client will okay, so there's one of these. In fact, this is going to receive the FBG, a T array of FBG player info, const reference the in player info array. And this is going to auto game instance is equal to get game instance, UBG game instance, if game instance lobby set player list to the in player info array. Right? We have a refresh player lists. That's what we want to call. Okay. Called from server, runs on client. So game mode now, what it can do is for auto player in connected player controllers, player, if auto cast player equals player ABG lobby player controller player cast player update UI and pass the connected players info. And this doesn't need to be a lobby thing. This can actually go upwards. So we're gonna move this to here. And this will move to here. which means we can take out the game instance include here because it'll inherit it. Right? No, I won't. Move these up to here. That actually will go here as well. Okay. This is lobby specific. This update UI will just refresh player list, which is for lobby and in-game. So our game mode, lobby game mode, or game mode base is just going to go ABG player controller. And that should work. So this can just be BG player controller.h. And move this over here too. Removing a player info from array also is going to need to call. This is going to update player UI. There. Okay, that's better. And it'll go down below here. And I'll move it down here. Okay. See how that goes. Whoops. One second, getting a phone call from my dad. All right. My car's running out of oil. I need to top it off before an oil change, so I was getting a phone call about what kind to put in there. All right, so Z positive, to answer your question, C++, there's a lot more you can do with it in terms of what is exposed to blueprints and what is not. So yes, all of this stuff can be done, most of this stuff can be done in blueprints. But as you get further into your Unreal Engine usage, I would recommend learning how to put your hard logic into C++ and your game-to-game stuff into blueprints, finding a balance between them. You'd be surprised. There's a lot exposed to blueprints, but there's a lot that is not. And you'll be able to do a lot more by diving into the source code. And a lot of it is just preference. I like C++. Code is pretty. Okay, so that's still working on that one. Let's get another one. Okay. We're just somewhere getting a third, interestingly. But it's working. Refresh player lists is getting called properly, so I think... Yeah, it's getting called 3 times. Twice here, but I see a third, so I think it's adding our server in. Whoops. Yep, alright, so we just need to, I think... here... Update UI. This runs on the client. So we can close the lobby game mode at the moment. Lobby player controller. Setup UI, if we go find that, is a client call only, so this should only run on the client. Wonder where it's getting called. I'll set up lobby UI. Go check out our game state, our player state again. This runs on the server. I wonder, update player info and array. Move this implementation out of the class scope over here so that I can see this. I want to see how many times this is getting called. So a UE log gore mechanics, like blood and guts and cutting off limbs and stuff. Adding player info to the array. Moving player info from array. Nice. I wonder if the get unique ID is not working, since we are all on the running this on the same computer. I'll look at that. Before get unique ID null subsystem. Ah, a player state, player ID. Okay, so there's something that is replicated to all clients on the player state called player ID. Let's try that. Okay. Close. So on our player state, oh, that's what I was using. That's what I was using. Okay, so we're already there. Never mind. Okay, it got called up. I'm working on the game start flow of logic. I did, but it was not... It was pretty badly programmed, so I'm refactoring and doing this cleaner, as well as moving the logic over to C++. I'm removing dependencies and getting rid of loops where we're waiting for game states and player states to replicate, which is bad coding. 1, 2, 3. So it's getting called, let's see, adding player info to array, adding player info to array, adding player info to array. All right. So it's getting called 3 times. So let's walk through it. We are also getting a crash. Interesting. Ah, I think it's trying to update a UI, so I need to do some checks. So if and cast player come on. Yeah, you don't... So the game state is not immediately replicated to all clients. And, so I'm trying to not rely on the game state being there. max players is being... Yeah, so I am in the game mode right here. Post login handles adding the connected and current players. So I basically have that going on. That's not what I want. I want as people log in, the I don't want the UI to just update when max players equals when players equals max players. This isn't... I'm not running like an auto start or something for the game. This is just updating the user interface and creating buttons so that we can select options for them. So for auto player and connected player controllers, if so player dot is valid. So I need to prevent this. If somebody disconnected, first of all, log out. They're removing them from this player's controller array. Update connected players. Actually, no. Remove info from array. We'll call that. So we're gonna do that first. So, and then that. But we still need to figure out where it's being called thrice. This is being called 3 times. Alright, so 3 times there. If I leave, we're good. Okay, so it didn't crash. Nice, and it did remove someone. So we just need to figure out the... Yeah, I had that as well, but then you're on a tick, and I don't want to put things on a tick. I'm trying to do this without circular dependencies, and not waiting for... Also, I don't want the user interface to rely... Well, the false and true path, where are you gonna check if it needs to be updated? What's it gonna do in the game mode? Where are you gonna check? Yeah, I don't actually need to do that. So this right here is just is actually bound to how many things right here that we have. So I'm just trying to add in actually the player list is what I'm trying to work on. They're buttons. Alright, so... that is a client call. Player state. I think we're something. It's because set player info runs client does that, and then it calls that, which runs on the server. This should only be calling once. Why is this getting called 3 times? Okay, so we've got a listen server, which is both is the server and the client. I don't know where the third player info is coming from. Where is that getting called a third time? It probably can't join one in the PIE or whatever. So this was us. I don't know where that came from. Oh, tearing down main menu. So that's the switch over. Adding player info to the array. Refreshing. So the server is... The server's counting itself twice somehow. Or the host, rather. The host has 2 IDs. That's not doing anything, but, I'm just curious what will happen if we do that. I have a feeling, yeah, it didn't run at all. But what happens, let's see if we run this guy, another one. Well, that's interesting. That's right, because there's only one. Right? Or... Okay. Oh, this network stuff. Okay, there's a player state. There's only... and it gets replicated out. Only the listen server is getting to here. However, there's going to be a... How many player states are there? every player on a server or in a standalone game. I'm gonna skip that. And on begin play, just go straight to the server set and do this and see how that goes. I really still don't understand why it's getting called 3 times and why. So we got that. So that's 1. I wonder if the unique player ID, or the player ID on the player state should be unique, and there's 3. Leave. I don't think it's, I don't think this is working. Failed. Alright, stop. Whoops. How did that happen? Whoa. What in holy hell? Well, that's strange. Kinda odd. I don't think that that's giving me the size, isn't it? .num. No, that should be giving me the number of elements in the array. What? Find is no. Yeah, it clears. All right, so we're gonna go to lobby game mode on the begin play. We're gonna say, when the lobby starts, connectedplayers.info, empty it. As well as connected player controllers, empty it. Yeah, anytime that the UI gets those lists, it clears the children. Because, I mean, I don't know where it's getting that number. That is a bizarre number for that array size. .num shouldn't be returning something like that. Yeah, I'm very confused. I've used I've printed out the array lengths before, and so that doesn't make any sense to me. That's interesting. I'll look at that. See, look at that. And this time we didn't add anything, so I think it's carrying over from the main menu. See what happens when we join in a new guy. Would you look at that? Well, that's strange. Where is it getting this information? Right? Where is it? And look, it's like... And now it went down. What is that what is going on there? This is 3 again. I just have an array. I don't know, you property it. Where is it even getting that? I'm just making it edit anywhere. Blueprint, read, write. Category equals BG game mode base config, so we can just see it. Maybe garbage collection is screwing up because it's not a U property. I don't know. Let's do that. On the game mode, there's no need to replicate. There's only one game mode. It's on the server. It is the server. So that anything up there is automatically just sitting on the server, right? At least that's my understanding of it. Client can't get access. You have to always just go to a server to get to the game mode. Game state is replicated, so that's replicated, but a client is always going to get a null pointer when trying to access the game mode, so you already have to go up to the server. Right, so you don't need to replicate anything on the game mode. Yeah, I'm not making RPCs at the moment. Now it's negative. What? What is going on? Okay, so obviously this was the wrong thing to do at the moment. I mean, I'm dereferencing you're supposed to do that, right? It's gonna yell at me. Yeah, you have to dereference an F string in order to get it to print. I'm so confused. I might have to just like step back and walk through the logic again to figure out what is going on here. Yeah, it's giving me a where it's getting like garbage information. Where is it? What is going on? So there's our 1. It's gonna bump up to 3 again, isn't it? Yeah, there's our 3. But this, what is this? What is that coming from? And it's just building too. Let's check our levels. Our levels, yeah, BP. So we're in the menu stuff. As far as I know, we're not actually like calling any of this stuff. Yeah, look. We got 1 in here. That's 1. Just 1. We're good. And I don't think I can connect to this because you can't do a travel. Right? Yeah, can't do that. All right, so something about, I don't know, I'm going to, I need to eat lunch or something, and then I'm going to come back and figure out why and where this is getting, I think it's right here, and I don't know what's going on with that, man. I don't know. Try and just integer instead, real fast. But I need to eat some lunch and then we'll figure this out. We've managed to clean up a lot of the code though, that it's a lot friendlier. Why does it keep resetting the mouse up there? Nope. It's still giving me just a bizarre... I think it's getting a null or something. Maybe it's a null, and it's not actually able to print it. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm gonna go eat lunch, and I'll be back, and we'll keep going. So, see you in 10-15 minutes. Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back from your lunch breaks, or just my lunch break. And Z Positive, I'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out for a bit. Let's see if we can solve our issue. I have to sign off early today as I have an appointment here soon. But we can try and solve this bug for the next 20 to 30 minutes. So, let's find out. I'm going to just look for this. And let's do it. And we're going to try this and just see, maybe this is the issue. Who knows? So we're going to do that. We're going to call this and see if that works. And I don't know. Just curious. Nope, player info array length is still some big negative number for some reason at the moment. That's just strange. I wonder if it's because... Wait a second. Alright, so this is the parent... What if I try to do this just BG game mode base right here, because our lobby's not doing anything different. I just realized what if this is never getting called? What if we're not getting the game mode? Okay, that worked. Our array length is still a bizarre number. I don't really understand what's going on with that. And we're still getting the 3. Try emptying it at the beginning of when the lobby game mode starts, because we're switching game modes from menu to lobby. Okay, so yeah, this... It's getting called on the main menu, and I hit host. It should, on the begin play... Yeah, and this doesn't need to be replicated. I can get rid of that. Excuse me, and that. Oh my god. This is what I did wrong. I don't need to do that. I was trying to print the integer of a string. Oh, it's been a long day, man. Been a long day. Thank you, Unreal Discord. Little errors like that Make you feel dumb. Look at that. Connected player array length is 0. It's still 0. And yet we're printing that out. That's interesting. Oh, printing 0 before adding. Alright. That's interesting. Good to know. Good to know. Let's do this. Hey, what's up, man? It might look like I have not progressed very far since the last time you saw, but in the background, there are many lines of code that are getting changed and moved around. I'm doing all right. Cool. All right. It says our array length is 2. It was correct, and then it did it again. Why did it add a third one? And why did it, Well, right now I'm trying to solve this magical, who is this third individual, and what is he doing in my array? See, we're good here. It's good. 2. Aha, found existing player info. Refreshing player list. Updating, and then updating player info array. Why is it doing it a third time? What's going on here? Let's look at... Let's close all this. Look at our lobby menu. The player list. It clears the children. It's receiving here. Let's print this too. UE log temp warning text lobby menu array length. And we're gonna print out our digit here as well, comma. There we go. Because it's doing this thrice, right? So for some reason we have a 3. We're good. All right. We've got a 3 array, an array of 3 information coming in here. Well, that's good. So 1. Three. Okay, so let's trace that back. We're getting 3 somehow. So let's go to the game instance. Our refresh player list is what we're calling. So this is getting sent with an array of 3, which is being called from our game mode. So the game mode, this server, this is getting up to 3, right? Because this is getting called one more time. So update player info and array. What's our lobby player controller doing? Alright, that seems fine to me. Where is it? Ah! Wait, no. Update UI. No, we're good, we're good. This is called on the client. This runs only on the client. Just keep doing this and eventually we'll figure out where it's getting that next one. I really want to fix this bug before I gotta sign off. Alright, we're good here on just this one. Now... Oh, wait a second. I wonder if it's when we're if... I just realized, I think it's because there are two... player states, so... Because we're moving from menu to lobby. Okay. This player state. Let's go ahead and put these back for now. I wanna, I wonder if this is running twice. Because it's joining a new server, but I wonder if it's not getting destroyed, so we're sending 2 different player states for the same client. Actually, we need to end and do a full build. I bet you that's the thing. I bet it's... Begin play. Begin play. Look at that. It called it twice. That's interesting. Why is it being called twice? Server and client? Okay, so it's firing for every instance of this. So the server and client, so this is firing every... Okay. So, what we need to do... Whoops. Let's try that, so that this only fires in the client. Which didn't work here for our server, but let's take a look over here when our client, this guy, joins. Boom. Okay. Solved it. I know what's happening now. Okay. We're gonna actually check for inim listen server here now, so that this only runs server side. Client just begins, but the server is what's gonna handle once the server side is updated. Cool, we might actually finish up here this bug. Alright, we're good. Alright, so close, so close. It's not working here, however. Alright, stop, stop. Now it's only working server side. I think it's Kismet System Library. There we go. Now include that is server. Let's try that. I always forget if it's the that's the check to see if we're the server or not. Not the listen server, but just if we're alive, living, if this is an instance on the server. So test. Break something here? It's probably not a world context object, so stop. Actually, no, hold on. We don't need to do that. If we're able to get the owner. try that. Very close to unlocking this problem. I know now, I understand the bug. That's the big thing, is like, can you... There we go, there's one. Let's see if we can join. Damn. What am I doing wrong here? I know what... Okay, so... This is walking in a winter wonderland, it sounds like. A holly jolly one or whatever. No, I'm good. Let's skip that. So the issue was that begin play fires twice, once on the client and on the server for both entities. So that's the bug that we're encountering, and now we're trying to make it just do it only one time. When it adds itself, but it shouldn't have added two separate, so I think it's the ID. And there we go. Bug fixed. Let's try a third guy. So we can end today with a solution. That's a good feeling. 'Cause I gotta hop off. Let's make sure that this is all working. Huh. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll get back to it. Something else is... I'm not... It has to do with the server-client split and the host and listen server and everything between... What if we do it there? One last try at this, one last stab. It's finding existing player info, potentially, but that might not be the issue, so let's add another one. Okay. So I think now, interesting. I think the issue is how we're differentiating player states. So this is not working, and our comparison here something is not working about this, perhaps because we're as a comparison. Okay, so we're gonna look into this and how we can compare player info properly. Tomorrow we'll get back to it, and hopefully we can finish off this week with something that feels like it's coming together, because it's been a long 2 weeks now of getting our networking working. But I mean, the networking works. It's just the game start logic, the flow from menu to lobby into the game, and getting everybody together and having our player names, our player colors, and permissions set for who's the game master, who has players. We're coalescing all of this stuff together and figuring out how to instantiate the objects and call the functions for updating everybody in a proper order that makes sense. So we'll get back to it, but until then, thank you for watching this episode of Deep End Dev. I'm Matt, and until next time, I still don't know what I'm doing, and neither do you, so let's do it together. Have a good afternoon.